things like that have a really good skill at like memorizing or just knowing a lot about certain subjects, but like they can't, tie their shoes or something. So, I mean, I just think it's like there's so many different factors. It's like, is that savant really intelligent? Yes, but also no, that type of thing.
I think savants, like, for the most part, they're just like, yeah, I don't know, they put all their skill points in one fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, it's like,
They min-max too hard.
Yeah, but I think the biggest thing with the IQ though is like a lot of people use it as like a, I don't know, like, yeah, my IQ's high, and that's if it like it means anything on its own. I'll be like, yeah, like, I'm really smart, and it's like, okay, like you're sitting on your ass playing video games for, like, I don't know.
No, yeah, I do agree. Some people are really annoying about that, overestimating their abilities and stuff.
Yeah, like you mean like people that are like it's because I think it was in the book Outliers. Like I don't know if you know of it. It's like a pretty famous book. Basically, like
no, I don't.
So basically, it's like it's basically this like very liberal guy. He basically goes around and kind of like does like every chapter is about a different thing. And one of the chapters was about are intelligent people, like high IQ people, actually more successful? And basically, there's a study that I don't remember if he did or he worked with.
There's a correlation between the two. I mean, I know that for a fact.
No.
There is.
So it's basically.
Well, there is it though, because I know about this and.
Wait.
No. So the whole story is that
IQ is correlated with success. I mean, it's not like perfect, but there's a definite positive correlation. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
After a certain point, basically, if you're below, like if you're retarded, yes. But past, I think it was, I forget what level IQ it was, then it doesn't actually matter. So basically his main thing was, like, obviously it's correlated because on the lower end, it's more correlated.
It's not just correlated on the lower end, but I agree, it's better at, predicting those on the lower end.
Well, it depends how you measure success, but generally, it...
Yeah, well, I'm measuring it like the traditional, like, you have a good job and you make money type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like once you're past, I forget what, I forget it's 100 or 110, something like that. Past that, there is no correlation.
None?
None. Like, I think
the R
thing is like
that when I was
like 19%, which is like...
Intelligence class, but... I do remember that there was a weaker correlation, but I don't know if there was none.
Well, I believe it's...
I'd have to double check. I'd have to check to see what you're saying.
You can check the R square, I think, was like 19%, which is, not high at all for something you would say was causation. I forget the exact number.
It's not causation. No, it's not causation. But... Correlation.
You want to say 19% R squared is a strong correlation.
No, of course not. But I think that if I remember for like psychological things in general, usually the correlations aren't that strong. In my class, I think what we learned was a 40 positive correlation is like quite strong for when it comes to like psychological phenomena, and then something like 20, I think was moderate or slight. There is a correlation though. I think like 20 is. You said it's 19?
I have to relook it up. It was something like that. It was like very low. Like it's like it matters quite.
When it comes to social sciences, that wouldn't be considered very low. But if you're talking about like the R value for like if something is being significant, not that would be very low. Yeah.
For a
most
controlled
things aren't
experiment. For a controlled experiment, though. Like this is not an
actual. Oh yeah, for controlled experiments, what you want is like a R value of
0.7 or higher. 70 or
higher. I think it's usually what they do to determine if something is significant, not to determine if it is like, the big, like it's the only way that it's possible, is like 95%. So you'd have to get like
well, that's not the R
value of 5. But that's different than what you're talking about, though. This is for like correlation, and I don't think that it would make sense to do this in like an experiment. I mean, wouldn't they just like take the IQ scores of like everyone who's taken IQ tests and like, oh, what's their occupation? I see a positive correlation with like there's more lawyers on the high end, and there's more doctors on the high end, and there's more like whatever the hell in the middle, and McDonald's workers at the bottom.
There's a different. The thing is, if we're saying by occupation, yes, but not by salary, not by quote unquote success. For example, like a lot of lawyers make really, really shit wages. Like half the lawyers make bad wages.
I mean, yeah, you can't totally define that's completely. Yeah, no, you're right.
That's basically the. I have to remember the full thing was basically like there's all these guys with 160 plus IQ. None of them were remarkable. You got 1,000 guys, something like that. None of them were like all of them. You would think like, oh, this guy's like, there's nothing remotely special. We just go, okay, the guy has a
no, but here's what I'm gonna say
9-to-5 job, working at Walmart.
You know what? Maybe in some cases they are smarter because they aren't wanting to be a part of that bullshit of like having to work all the time, being a lawyer, being a doctor, and they're like, you know what? I can just be content doing this bullshit instead.
Well, then.
So I'm
just being less successful. Then yeah, if they're saying like.
No, I'm just saying like that. I think like I think you're right in some of what you're saying, but like when it comes to the success thing, there's definitely a positive correlation there. I mean, even on the average to upper levels too. But I mean, I can't look up all of these things right now because I'm working. It's just me going off of what I remember learning in my classes.
Trying to remember what it is at. I forget the exact level it is. Basically, it
matters. I definitely remember learning that there was a positive correlation and
positive correlation.
But it's stronger. It's stronger, like of a correlation between low IQ having worse outcomes, but that there's still definitely a correlation there. Like I said, I think that IQ does measure something. It does measure part of intelligence, but it's not. I think that some people, and we do agree on this, I think that a lot of people take it way too seriously and say like that it's the end all be all.
That's it. Here's the 2002 by Anna Mukirsky. Let's see what she says for it. Well, it's from the 70s. Probably a little old. I assume this is probably the paper you read also in class. There's a recent from 2017. There's a popular paper in the Psych article. I would assume that's probably what you read for class.
Okay, so I mean, this is just a quick search, but saying like, that IQ, aka the one that they're measuring, accounts for only about 20% of professional success, which is pretty good. That's like definitely significant for sure. At least, I mean, significant not in the academic sense, but significant in the sense of like that's a pretty big deal.
Well, the thing is, that the issue is that largely at that point it's probably going to be because of where you grew up and shit like that. It's going to outweigh it.
Yeah, but weren't we just arguing about whether or not it was important, from the median level to like the upper levels?
Yeah, I mean 20% is like that's not that high.
Hell, I think that's I think that's pretty high, but I mean.
Well, I mean, there's a reason academically it's not considered high, right? Because it's like, there's a reason, like, 20%.
No, that is considered, I mean, because there's so many other factors. Like, you're not going to have anything that's going to be, like, 90% of what determines your wealth,
Are the R squared, or is it the
No,
R
that's not the R squared. That's not the R squared, no. I'm just saying.
Pearson correlation coefficient is 20?
No.
Then what's the 20?
It was saying that, let me see, I was just reading a quick little article that was saying that according to pioneers of emotional intelligence like Daniel Goleman and Reuven Bar-On, IQ accounts for only about 20% of professional success. And then it's saying, let me see, is there a correlation? The correlation is about 2.5 between IQ and school achievement. Let's see. I'm gonna look up what is a strong correlation in social studies because what I remember it being is like a 40 or 0.4 would be like pretty good. 0.2 being like, it's all right.
It's 0.7 is generally considered good for R.
Yeah, but that's for like I think hard sciences. I'm talking about social sciences.
Oh, so I was social science. But you should consider strong is 0.7, and then like 0.4.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I remember what you're talking about now. Yeah, 0.7 is definitely like really strong for social sciences, and like 0.4 is like moderately strong, and then 0.2 is like a weak one, I think is what it would be, right?
Yeah, weak.
Yeah.
A weak generally in social science generally means these shouldn't have variables, unless there's way too many variables.
Yeah, which would be the case in something like defining success, wouldn't it? Be a lot of
that's a different category. That's a category error. Different.
Well, that's what you were talking about earlier.
Well,
that's really what you were talking about earlier. Huh?
Yes, there are category errors for it.
But so I mean, of course, intelligence. I mean, especially something like IQ, that's kind of not the greatest, in our opinion, of quantifiable number of intelligence. Isn't going to be the only thing, of course. I mean, success is going to be defined by things that aren't even anything to do with you. Like where you're from, like what you were saying earlier. How much money do your parents have? Who are your friends? Though that is something a little bit more, well, pretty much in your control, fairly. So I'd say yeah. There's going to be so many factors for it that nothing's going to have like a super duper strong correlation.
I mean, zip code. I think it apparently hasn't been recreated, but zip code used to be very strong.
Yeah, very strong in the sense of like it's a significant one. No, I don't think it was 0.7, was it?
It was something crazy high. Let's look at. Basically, I think the study though.
The code success.
Basically, the study's been heavily criticized. Apparently they might have faked numbers though. So.
Oh yeah, no, that's the other thing that's so fucking annoying is like so many of these have been found to be faked.
I never understood the how that could be faked. Cause like that's like why didn't anyone ever replicate that? It's like let's see, zip code successful.
Yeah, I'm not finding it right now. But I mean, I know what you're talking about. I remember it being like something, pretty.
So I believe it was considered the number one. And the talking point was always it was the number one thing, more than IQ, more than your well, correlated with your wealth, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't even see it.
I don't see it either. But I know what you're talking about, though. I do remember.
Yeah, this is a very famous.
I mean, obviously, we know that isn't something that's like in your control, and so it's not gonna totally affect your intelligence. It'll affect it partially, because you'll probably have more money, you'll be able to have more opportunities, so on.
I don't even see anything referencing it. No, like I don't know, this thing got purged from like existence. This was like a very.
No, I remember talking. No, I remember this too. I know what you're talking about. I remember it being something important, but like I said, I don't remember what the number was, but it was a good predictor. Yeah. But let me look up something else though. You know what I'm curious about now, what the LSAT correlation is, the LSAT score and income.
Extremely high.
Extremely high. Let's see.
Yeah, because lawyers are bimodal income distribution.
And the worst lawyers are the ones that did worse on the LSAT?
No, yeah, the bimodal doesn't depend on being a good lawyer. It depends on what school you go to.
Oh, okay. So like the people that
so like even it's basically no matter what, like nothing more than basically it's go to a good school. Basically, get a good LSAT, go to good school. I mean, obviously, there's some people who get a good LSAT, don't go to good schools, but also generally that is not always the case. Generally, if you do well in the LSAT, you go to like your local state school just for free tuition or whatever. Generally, you do better off. Not always. But
yeah, I'm not able to find anything about what I was talking about with the LSAT and income correlation.
Yeah, no, I mean, I
doubt that it's extreme. It's probably pretty high though.
No, I mean, the reason that it's going to be extreme, is basically go to the top 14 schools, you're guaranteed a 200K job. You can literally unless you really fuck up.
Do you think guaranteed though, even nowadays?
I go to the schools, yes.
And most of your classmates all have $200K jobs.
Yes, 70% do. The other 30, I think I forget, it's like 8% of them are working for a judge, which is more prestigious, harder to get to. Basically, if you get one of those, you're basically guaranteed.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that you're not going to make as much money, but that's more prestigious. Yeah.
Yes. And then the rest of people, for whatever, a bunch of people, there's probably some people who basically strike out, but most of them, a bunch of them are international students, which is different.
Yeah.
And then, but I don't know anyone who struck out that is American, born here, and wanted it. There are a bunch of people who didn't want it, because basically, some people don't. It's going to be obscenely high correlation. It's going to be. Well, probably it's going to be probably like an L-shaped distribution. It's probably going to be people above X LSAT have crazy high, then everything else basically not going to be much correlation. It's just like it is.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's all lawyers too, and that's like the school that you go to is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's ridiculously stupid.
Yeah.
But
I think that's unique to being a lawyer, though, for sure.
So there was in the affirmative action cases. Well, not with the.
Oh yeah, there is a correlation, but it's not as strong as it used to be when it comes to like the school that you graduate from and how much money you make. But also when it comes to the school that you go to, it's not just measuring like, oh, how helpful was it to go to that school. It's also measuring like, what's your socioeconomic background that allowed you to get into this school. How well did you do prior to going to this school. So it's not like that. It's the school that made all of the difference.
Well. So basically, the argument of the affirmative action debate in the Harvard versus I forget what the full case is called. basically the whole academic debate was over two different studies. So basically, one of them was saying basically the reason we need affirmative action is because if we look here, black people do significantly same exact everything. They do better if they go to a better school. And basically, the argument was whether basically the academic argument was kind of weird because it was like if you don't factor in legacy, then it is true it's better for black people that do it, but when you factor in legacies, for some reason that goes away. Basically when you do factor in everything, so basically like even for undergrad, like this is undergrad, not law school. In undergrad, it did. However, I don't remember how they measured success. But however they measured success, basically there was arguably a correlation.
Yeah, you know what the biggest predictor of success though is?
What's it say?
Not having a child out of wedlock when you're
like that. Graduating high school or whatever.
Yeah, those are the two biggest.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, basically, if you graduate high school and don't have a kid before like 16, whatever it was.
Those are the biggest predictors of success.
Yeah,
or
basically,
basically 99.9% of people like.
Yeah.
No, well, I don't know. I do think you'd be surprised about the like people who graduate high school numbers. It's probably like 5% at least. There's also though this study's though from I don't know. This is like an old ass saying.
Oh, it's probably even more true now. I mean, because it's like.
Well,
anything it's easier to like go to school because there's more classes and shit like that, you know.
Well, I think though now it's like.
Oh, you don't like go to school.
I think it's just harder to like flunk out of high school now, where it used to be.
Yeah. The only thing is that kids are dumber now because they're like addicted to their iPad. Like, so it's kind of funny.
Like, so there's like people that like are suing schools because they can't read when they graduated high school and shit.
They're stealing what?
They're suing their high school. Well, basically, I think there's like I think there's at least two that I know of lawsuits of people they basically saying that they're illiterate and they graduated high school, so they're suing their high school.
Oh. No shot left behind.
I think though what happened. I think at least one of the cases though it seemed like the person was had like like dyslexia or something as a young age, and then like they threatened to hold her back, and then basically the parents sued. So basically then the school's like, you sued us once, we're fucking giving you like straight A's basically. Like, they basically were refusing to like.
That's annoying.
Yeah, it's basically they were scared of like, oh shit, like I forget if they actually sued or they threatened to sue. There's like okay, because like she wasn't meeting the marks because she had dyslexia. And it's like okay, we'll pass you no matter what. Then it's like she is like, out of the person saying she literally can't read a single word, graduated high school, going to like UConn or something.
I would just need to know more about like what exactly happened because I mean they can't. I don't think that the school should just be able to like fudge the numbers and stuff.
Well, no. Like, what it is, it's that she got special exams.
Oh well, yeah, that's always how it is. Like,
yeah. Well, the thing is, I think there's like the exams were purposely.
That's always how it is, though. Yeah, or they have like an aide or something. I mean, it's never fair, but also like they need the help, so she can't be like necessarily. I don't know what the aide was, but unless they literally gave her an easier test.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, yes, that's what it was. Like sometimes I guess would be like, oh, okay, like if you can't read, have someone like speak the words.
Read it out loud.
Yeah, but this was
Okay.
Literally, she had a separate. You're just like she's basically in like a special class basically just for her.
Yeah. But I mean, like plenty of kids that are like retarded or whatever also graduate high school, and they took different classes too. It's.
Yeah, but they don't sue saying that they don't know how to read.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the difference, I guess.
But it's like to a certain extent. I don't know how I would judge it entirely. I don't know all the facts.
I guess people. I guess they do graduate. Like
they do. Yeah, they do. They get a diploma and everything.
Or do you think though they get like a special needs diploma? Like, do you think they get
I don't
Save
know.
diploma?
I don't
Could
know.
ask Vic.
Oh yeah, he's a teacher, right? Or
No,
like
his brother's
teacher?
retarded.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you could ask him because he was stupid.
No.
Yeah, what is he? Oh no, he's like a wrestling coach. That's what it is, right?
No, that's like a part-time gig, but he just watches over his brother.
Yeah, no, yeah, I forgot about that part. But I remember there was something. He was like a coach or something.
Yeah, he was coaching us a little bit. But that was a part-time thing. He was getting paid like less than minimum wage to do that.
Oh yeah, I thought it was volunteer. I didn't actually realize it was
It was, but then I think that he just didn't enough or something, or he coached for a different school that was actually paying whatever.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
Did I send this off? Oh, I did.
Yeah, I don't know. Like yeah, I don't think I ever thought. Actually, I did think, because I remember in high school there was a like, you know, a guy who's, you know, special needs. He was like 24 or something. He had like a heart attack in school.
Ooh.
And like died.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Are you
Like,
even
basically,
allowed? I thought once you were like 21 or something, 20, like you couldn't go to high school.
I can't imagine going to school with a 24-year-old.
You know, the thing is, realistically, it's also one of those things like people probably were like, oh yeah, like every time, like, you know, it's a game of telephone. Each time you add 1 to the number or something.
Oh yeah, they might have like exaggerated.
Yeah, the guy could have been like, you know, actually like, you know,
Yeah,
like he could have been younger. I just remember just like I think though it was, yeah, I think it was like in my head it was like 24. Cause I think it was some weird shit where like he wasn't supposed to. Yeah, I don't know. There was like some weird thing where I think he got like special permission to basically he was like gonna graduate sooner. I don't
That
know.
sounds like a nightmare though. Going to
like
school at high school at 24.
Yeah, I mean the guy, like, I don't know.
Like
I don't remember his.
Just get like the certificate or whatever. I mean, oh.
Well, the thing is, my impression is that like for something like that, it's more like for them to do something, less of them actually like graduate.
I mean, maybe he wants to or something.
Yeah, it's like
the high school experience at 24.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's much that, more of just like gives him something to do and look forward to.
I guess, yeah. No. He's probably like mega, you know, developmentally challenged, so maybe he enjoys it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, apparently he like had like a heart attack on the bus or something, or like on the way.
I still don't know though if it is a good idea to have someone that's that old around kids, but
I don't know if he was like. I assume he wasn't doing normal classes. I assume he's probably like.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Of course. But I mean, even being around other like special needs kids that are like younger than him.
I guess that's true. Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually,
did I tell you guys about how I used to work with children with autism and Down syndrome?
No, I don't think.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it before, but.
Oh, sorry, not to me.
Okay. Yeah. I think I talked about this a little bit, how I got like sexually harassed by this kid who was like 13 and had Down syndrome. A lot of times they're really bad at like controlling certain urges, things like that, and don't have like a good filter. So I mean, hopefully at 24 he'd be like better than, you know, let's say his like 16-year-old counterparts, but also I just don't know. Maybe it'd be worse. I hope not. But that's why I just would kind of be like, ooh, I'm a little concerned about that.
Yeah, I actually don't see anything. I tried Googling it too long ago, I think. They keep on finding like, I don't know. I guess maybe there are a lot of gangs close by, because I keep on seeing like, oh yeah, you know, cool sex student shot dead. It's what the fuck.
I'm kind of curious. Did you guys have anything like really crazy happen at your high school? Any scandals?
That's the only one I remember. Like, I know after I graduated, like, this was a couple years ago, a teacher, I'm sure it was my middle school or high school, where like County or something. Apparently, it was like falsely accused of sexual harassment.
Yeah.
I had that. Basically, it was like, so I looked it up. Like, that's kind of a set. Basically, it was the like I think like the teacher, I think, like literally just like she had like the girl had something, I think, on her like shirt, like a thing of fuzz or something, and then, like the teacher and the student were fairly close, and then you just like she wiped her like thing, like not like whatever, and then the student was like, oh, she grabbed my boob, she like groped me. And it's like she like, because apparently it was all on video, but like so she, I believe, was fired. It was on a video, on terms of like the camera. Like I don't think it was like the student was videoing. I think it was like a security camera or whatever. Apparently it's like I don't know fully what exactly.
So a female teacher groped her?
That's what the allegation was. Then the teacher is fired, but then basically I think everyone settled out of court. Basically, the teacher was the one suing. I know that. Basically, it was the teacher
suing the school or suing?
Both.
Okay.
Both. Defamation, and then the school for thing. And then they all settled out of court. But I believe she had
Damn.
Yeah, so that's like the.
That's tough.
Yeah, actually, I don't remember when that happened to you. Remember, that was like, I don't remember how I even stumbled across it. I was like, what the fuck?
How about you, Frenzy? Anything crazy happened at your high school?
Yeah, this guy who was a teacher, he was like biology teacher or something. He worked there for like my first 2 years of school, and then he just like randomly just like stopped working there. And then I ended up learning like 2 years later, I guess the school like really kept it like under wraps or something. But apparently he was like going to trial and stuff for like a classmate or something like that. He was like sexually harassing a classmate, or did engage in sexual activity with like a minor or whatever. That was from the school. So
I remember
had a couple people die at school too. Not like at school, but like classmates and stuff died.
Oh yeah.
Only this guy, like, I think the heart attack was on the bus. It was like he was at school. It was like, holy shit.
In the school, yeah.
I
know that my middle school / high school, because it was like a combined type of thing, had something very similar to what you're saying, Frenzy, where there was the coach for gym, and it was a guy who was like super old, and he ended up getting fired because he was mad at the girls who were taking too long to get changed in the locker room, and so he went in there to like yell at them and get them to come out. But yeah, it's like you're not doing it just because of that. He also had a blog where he would take photos of the girls doing sports, because he was very passionate about that, as one is, right, about women's sports for high school girls only and not men. But that was the like one of the scandals. We have some kind of fun ones too, though, that actually did make it on the news. I'm not sure if you guys ever remember hearing about the prom draft. Yeah, there was a scandal with that where essentially the school that I went to for high school was like really rich, and some of the guys would basically pay money to be at the top of the prom draft, and so they would get the girl that they wanted to go to the prom with of their choosing by like basically bidding for it, and they ranked all of the girls in the that were like eligible, I think, for the prom draft, and they were like, oh yeah, I'll participate, type of thing, and then they could like get their pick from it. They'd be first pick basically. So that was a pretty wacky scandal. What?
The people just not just like, can you just not ask me for prom? I don't even know like how
it was something this was like when I was probably a freshman and they were like seniors or juniors or whatever. I mean, obviously you don't have to participate in the prom draft, but like people would participate in it because they were like rich assholes basically. And then the girls who were probably like ranked really high or whatever on it were like, oh yeah, I'll participate, type of thing, you know? Yeah, if you look it up, you'll find it.
Yeah, nice.
Type in prom draft. Yeah. And then there was another scandal too. What was it again? There was like some guy who was a tutor of some of the high school that I went to. None of you are streaming right now or anything, right? Like I could talk about. Okay, good. Yeah, at the school I went to, Corona. No, well he can't hear us, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, but the school I went to was Corona Del Mar High School, and I think that there was also a scandal too with one of the tutors like helping kids cheat on the SAT or something, if I remember. And there was also a guy too who murdered someone in a big like hate crime case. Do any of you know iFunny?
Yeah.
Do you remember this one guy who got? Oh, okay. There was like this. Supposedly, there was this one guy on iFunny who was like really, really popular and known for having a lot of memes and stuff. Oh shit! Show that I'm working stuff. Give me a second. But he ended up killing his. He ended up killing a classmate of his, and he got arrested for it later on. I actually had a class with him. He was in my math class, and apparently he was groomed into being a neo-Nazi, and he might have been like a closeted homosexual. I don't know, but yeah, it was a pretty big case, at least for the time. I think that like there's still like iFunny memes about it. I don't remember what his username was, but
iFunny murder.
Yeah, you could probably find it from that.
Yeah, iFunny, I never like.
iFunny murder. What was his name again? I'm just gonna look it up. Corona Del Mar student murder. What?
Is it Samuel Woodward?
Yes, it was that guy. Yeah.
Saboteur.
Yes, Saboteur. That's what it was on iFunny.
Yeah, on his fucking.
God, he looks so. He looks
on the Wikipedia page. iFunny.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. God.
This was after high school.
This was after high school, yeah. But I went to school with him though.
Yeah. I thought it was just like while you're at school, like you know.
I think it was like right after he graduated, like a year after.
2018. So. I don't know.
Yeah, that was the year that I graduated, but he graduated a year before me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. The only guy from high school I know that died was actually I sat next to him on the bus, but he ended up like I think overdosed. Not entirely clear how he died. Like you know, I mean, the family knows how he died, but it was never publicly. It was never publicly stated, and I knew the guy. Just like you know, I knew him in middle school. Then like I remember in high school, like someone once mentioned his name. Like, oh shit, I haven't talked about that guy in years. And then he was like, yeah, he's like he does hardcore drugs and shit. So like, and then you know he died like a year or two later. So okay, probably. My assumption is overdose. Because also it's like, you know, if he was like murdered or something like that, you'd fucking like you know. They would publicize that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like, okay, they just say, like, it had to been, you know, either he, like, killed himself or, you know, or overdosed, but I assume it was overdosed.
I think I remember mentioning this to Frenzy, too, but there was also a French teacher that I had that was an ultra mega bitch, and she was such a bully and so awful of a teacher that, like, you'd have a class of 30, 20 of them would drop the class or transfer to another class. She also was mentioned in a suicide note of a student in, you know, future classes after I dropped her class.
Jesus,
yeah, she was.
I don't know anyone in high school. I don't know if I know anyone that killed themselves. Probably were, but I just didn't fucking like
Yeah, I think that's the only person that I knew that killed themselves other than my friend's dad. Yeah, it's pretty sad. But
I know, I'm trying to remember. In college, a few people died. I'm trying to remember what. Like, I was never, like, no one I was actually friends with or anything died. People like I knew of. I think one, actually,
yeah,
that's
I didn't know the
one
kid
girl.
that died either. I just know he went to my school.
Yeah, one girl killed herself. The only reason I knew, because we got like a message like, oh yeah, this girl he passed away, whatever. And then like I don't know, I was at a party once. And then like this guy was just like crying. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, oh, you good, bro? Then he was just apparently it's like the girl's birthday or something.
Oh.
Like and he was just like broke down. I was goddamn, that's depressing. Um,
Yeah.
there's another girl that had cancer that died. That one is actually
yeah.
like
My best friend died of cancer when I was
oh,
like
geez.
really young. It was
Yeah.
that was rough, but I mean it's been a long time. So.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what's just like. I don't know. It's just rough because I know yeah this girl just like I don't know. It just like apparently all of a sudden during freshman year she got cancer.
Yeah, my
just,
friend
like,
died when she was like 10. I was like 10. Yeah, she was my best friend.
Jeez, yeah, that's.
Yeah, she died like a really rare cancer too.
Was it like sudden or was it like something you knew about?
No, it was something that we knew was probably going to happen unless like a miracle happened or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the well, actually, you probably wouldn't have heard about it, but there was a news story about it because she really wanted to see the movie Up.
I heard about that.
You heard about that? That was my friend that. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And my mom was the one actually who coordinated with Pixar or Disney or whatever the heck it was to get the movie to her because she'd already done Make-A-Wish and they were like, sorry, you already got your wish, so we're not going to do anything. And so she's like on her deathbed being like, I want to watch the movie Up. And so my mom talked with somebody for like hours to try and get this to happen, and then it eventually went to the press, but they Pixar wasn't trying to have it go to the press or anything. It's just that they're like, we got to talk about this type of thing. The press was, not Pixar. I think my mom might have told someone and then they told the press or something, but yeah, that's what happened. She did end up getting to watch the movie, thankfully, so that was cool.
Yeah, I think she died like a week later or something.
She died, I think, like the night after or something.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
It was like very shortly after.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I probably heard about it then, but like this was.
You probably didn't.
Yeah.
You were like the same age as me, so you probably wouldn't have heard about it.
I don't know. But once in a while, I'll hear like stories that it's like some guy, like some kid in Japan knows the One Piece ending, where he's now dead.
Oh yeah, no, I heard about that. Yeah.
I once in a while I hear stuff like that. Like, I don't know actually that one is even true or not, but that I know that it's like, some kid just be. I just can imagine just like tons of kids are gonna be like, oh, like any kid with cancer just be like, yeah, I want the One Piece ending. And then like, all of a sudden it's gonna be like some guy like actually survives it, and it's like, oh
Yeah.
shit, like.
Like, yeah, no. You know what it probably is. Probably like he gets him in a room with like Oda or something, like the author, and then he's like, "All right, I'll tell you the ending of One Piece. This is what happens." And the kid's like, "Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's cool. Okay, now you need to die." And then he smothers him with a pillow or something like that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You're gonna die anyways. Like, it's gonna be
That's so fucked. That is so fucked.
Yeah, I remember reading like this one this guy posted it on Reddit like 10 years after this happened. This is like a couple years ago actually, and what had happened was like his little brother was dying of something obviously, and then anyways they tried to reach out to Konami to talk to them into getting his like little brother to play Metal Gear Solid: The Phantom Pain, which is like the 5th one, before it actually like came out. And anyways, like after like a couple months or whatever, they finally like got to his request or whatever. And anyways, they replied and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's awesome. Like, we would love to. Well, it's not awesome that he's like dying, but you know what I mean. Like, oh yeah, this is like, we'll help you out or whatever." And anyways, what it actually turned out was that the kid actually died already. And then they're like, "Oh shit," or whatever. But what they did anyways is they like actually went over to his house, and it was like Hideo Kojima, and like all of like the producers and stuff like that, like on Metal Gear Solid and whatever. They had like a party at like this family's house and stuff like that, and like they just like talked and like it was just like a chill thing. And the guy had like pictures and stuff of it happening, like and everything. It was like pretty cool. But yeah, it sucked that like it just like died before
that is sad.
that ended up happening.
It's just like Yako likes to say, like, what if like I die before this ends? I guess you'll never know. Yeah, have you ever heard Yako say that, pal?
I think I have, about the Ray Zero ending.
Oh, he said that for a lot of shit. So he'll just be like, imagine like, your favorite show is still going and you die. Like, dude, like I can't imagine my deathbed. I'm thinking about like, I really want to know if I get it for like, if you're a kid, like, it's different. But it's like, bro, like, an adult, like bro, like, I'm more important.
Maybe he's joking.
No. He absolutely is
right.
not.
He probably isn't joking about it.
There's no way.
Have you seen Kingdom Hearts? Do you plan on watching Yu Yu Hakusho, the anime, at all?
You asking me?
Never heard of it.
Wait, what?
No, not asking. Okay, but anyways, like, I mean, it's not really that big of a deal or anything. This isn't like a real thing. But anyways, like towards the end of the anime, there's like a character, and he's like, like, please, like, keep me alive or whatever. And then he's like, why should I do that? And he's like, because the final episode of my favorite TV show, it's gonna air this week, and I need to find out how it ends. And then he's like, yeah, I'll spare you, like, or whatever. And he like keeps him alive, like, because of that, And it's just like, yeah, I think Yaka saw that, and maybe that's why he's like saying that so much, because he saw that in the anime. Because
that's funny.
That was around the time. Yeah, that was like Sensui keeping his like little boy toy Suki alive.
Yeah.
The guy that like.
What?
No, I know the character you're talking about. Yeah, no.
Yeah. The
gamer guy, right?
No, not gamer, not game master. That's no, I'm talking about the guy that controls like the monster, where they can like go into like a different like dimension or whatever. And like, and they're just
God
like,
knows.
Okay.
My memory's.
Isn't the creator of Yu Yu Hakusho and Sailor Moon, aren't those two married?
Yeah, and he also did Hunter x Hunter.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Dude, why do I not remember the guy? I don't remember the character you're talking about.
That would actually be pretty tragic though, if like, so you are watching something for like 20 years and you're just like waiting for it to end, and then it's like, the final episode, it's gonna air tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
And then it's like you get into a car wreck, and then you're in the hospital, and the doctor's like, yeah, sorry dude, like, you're in critical condition, you might die overnight in your sleep. And you're like, no, I need to stay awake, I can't go to sleep, like. And then it's like, put it on the channel, and then it's like, oh, sorry sir, we don't have cable in here. What? And then you just die. Like,
that'd be so sad.
Man, I can't think of a single show where like I would like actually like think about like oh man.
No, yeah, I don't think I would either.
Yeah, I can't. There's like not a single show I can even like comprehend like. Yeah, I can't like even like all my favorite shows. Like, there's no way it's like let's say if I was watching for like one I had for 20 years, like I don't think I would like care that much about fucking like.
Is Clannad your favorite show?
Yeah.
Have you played the visual novel?
Partially. Not all. It's too long.
I see.
I don't. It's like I just don't like visual novels.
Oh. It's your favorite show of all time, though.
Yeah, well, that's why I played it once. Well, not I did one route or whatever.
Which route?
Nagisa route. So I didn't even complete it because I didn't do the after story part. But like, you know, the thing is, because the after story part, you have to like do all the other routes first or whatever, all that shit. Like.
Yeah.
But so I did like, you know, the standard season 1 route basically.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, 'cause I don't just like it's I don't know, it's too long and like I don't care. It's like
It's not for everyone.
Yeah, it is. Just for me, it's also I just like, you know, I'd rather watch something than read a book in general. And it's like the visual novels, like
visual novels are kind of a combination though of watching
that's thing in my head.
Music,
it's like the
voice
worst
acting?
combination of it. It's like
really.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like you get like the
Because of the best, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
Like, you know, it's for me. It's like the good parts about the book are the narration and shit like that. Like the, you know, vivid details talk, and it's like, okay, I see all the art and shit, so it's not even like.
You mean like you can't imagine as many things?
Yeah, exactly.
There.
Like, you know, yeah, you're not imagining as much because you see the visuals, and the visuals generally aren't that good. You know, it's like.
I feel like I'm still imagining what's going on though whenever I read a visual novel because it's like it's just you see the characters on the screen, you know. It's not like, oh, they're all just standing still, not doing anything.
Maybe I don't know.
But I get what you're saying though about how like they could maybe be distracting. I guess.
Well, I don't know, but it's more like.
Well, like distracting in the sense of like interfere in your ability to imagine.
Yeah.
What's going on.
It's just like I don't know. Like I'm trying to think, cause it's like. Well, I guess also in, like some visual novels, I guess do have voice act. I don't remember. Did Clannad have voice acting? I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it does. Well, actually, maybe it doesn't.
Pretty old. I mean, it might
doesn't.
not. Yeah.
Well, I think it. I think it does because I think they added it for the new release or something. I remember that there's something with the voice acting.
Maybe.
But I don't know. Either way, I just didn't like give a shit about it enough. And it's also like, I think for me, the biggest thing for like
that's really long. Personally, I feel like, you know, for something like Umineko, where there's a lot of intrigue and stuff, it makes sense for it to be really long. When it comes to like a dating sim, I guess it could be kind of annoying to have to play it for that long, I guess.
Yeah, like I don't know. Also, the one thing with Clannad is also like I like the anime better than the visual because it's like they have the fucking like a bunch of the scenes I think were just done so much better in the show. And then it's like, bro, like this is like.
What was better about him?
So like you see Clannad? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, yeah.
I haven't read the visual novel though.
So like the end of like, you know, season 1 where he asks, you know, Nagisa out, right? Yeah. So in the visual novel, they're already dating at that point. Then it's just him saying "I love you" for the first time. It's like, I don't know. It just takes it out of the fucking like. It just isn't as good of a scene like at all. I mean, there's a few other scenes that are like that are like.
Wait, so you're saying like he just only confesses his love at that point? He doesn't ask for
out?
So he says.
No, so in the anime, this is when he asked her out for the first time, right? Is basically the.
All right, it's been like many years since I.
Basically, and then the Clannad is basically he writes on like the whiteboard like I forget what the fuck he even writes like something about Nagisa or whatever on the board, and then basically he says like, you know, he basically asks her out.
Yeah.
And then in the visual novel, I don't even remember how they started dating. They were already dating for like a while up to that point. Then it's like, you know, basically what writes on the board is basically just like "I love you" or something like that. It's like to me, it's just like less like I don't know. It's just like just a lame scene basically. It's like okay, like I don't know. There's no like oomph to it. It's just like okay, like I think it was the first time he said "I love you" to her, but it's like, bro, you guys are already dating. You guys have already kissed. Like it's just like, you know, there's no like I don't know. It's just not an impactful scene at all in the thing. It's like, you know, in the anime, I love that scene. I like, you know, it's a fantastic scene.
Yeah, I personally. Oh, God.
No, see, there's a few other scenes. That's the only one I actually remember difference.
Okay.
Yeah, I like whenever it comes to something action or whatever that's gonna have fight scenes and stuff. Like if I'm reading a manga with fight scenes and stuff, I honestly don't really care that much for like the panels with like the fighting and like the killing and shit. Like I'm just like whatever. Like I mean, yeah, this is like cool art, I guess. But all right, next page. Like let me read some dialogue. Like whenever I'm reading, I just want to like read for the most part. But like whenever I'm watching something, like yeah, I want to
Oh yeah.
watching it. So like if it's like an
Because
action
the action
thing,
a lot more
then yeah, I
flashy.
want to see the action, but I don't want to like look at pictures of it. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to like.
Yeah.
Like, PowerPoint slide,
Yeah.
That is for me too.
But some of the fight scenes and like I don't even know what shows or what books I've read, but it's like some of it's like, bro, I don't even know what the fuck is happening in this scene. It's just like, it'll be like you just see their fucking like face be like, whoa, it's like, bro, did he get like punched? Did he get kicked? Like, what's going on? Like,
yeah,
it's I don't know. Especially like the older manga, like I guess if you read online, it's not that big deal. A bunch of old manga I have are like the so I guess it took a while for the West to like actually be willing to make fucking the books have the correct spine. Like how like you read backwards for manga. Basically, a bunch of books I have, they are like American where it's the spines on the other side. But basically, what they had to do is like do a mirror image of all the pictures. So basically, it's like it makes it a little. It's obviously, it doesn't like actually like affect much, but it makes some stuff like a little more confusing. Because it's like there'll be like a symbol or something in the background that like it isn't registering in my head. Like, oh shit, that's a symbol. It'd be like, dude, what the fuck do they have written in the background? Like, it'd be like some shit like that.
Yeah. Got a question for you. What's your first manga that you ever bought or read?
I am Naruto or Yu-Gi-Oh. It's actually Naruto or Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. What
about you, Frankie? Same one?
Yeah.
My first ever was Azumanga.
Azumanga Daioh?
Yeah, they came out with like a really big collection with all of the books in one.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking. Do you still have that?
I might.
That might be worth something. Cause I think that's been
mine's gonna be in like the worst condition ever though.
I don't know, like
because I actually read it, and it
probably
the shit,
like, the spines. Those spines.
Spine's probably all fucked. Yeah. I don't think anyone would ever want to buy it for more than like probably $10 unless it was it's like
you'd be
really bad.
I forget if it's the anime or the manga for that. Oh, actually, no, never mind. The anime. Sorry, the manga is still in print. Never mind. I think maybe
it's the manga.
Like, no, sorry. In print, as in they're still making copies of it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Basically, I think maybe it was the anime. I might have Azumanga Daioh and like one of the other, like one of the other shows confused. But there was like some show I was like, holy shit! Like it was going for like $300 for like one. It was either one DVD or one book, and it was like, bro, like this series isn't like.
I can't imagine wanting to like buy that shit for that much. I couldn't. I mean, like when it comes to like a cool figure or something, that's a little bit different because, you can look at it. Whereas like buying a DVD or something for that much when you can still just watch it somewhere else. Don't get it.
Well, I think though it's because you can't watch it lawfully somewhere else. That's technically the best quality you can get. Is it? Yeah, actually, it looks like it is the DVDs. It's it's only $100. That was more than that. Oh no, it's the Japanese DVDs.
Yeah, I remember seeing a bunch of other DVDs for like some old games going for like 100 or $800. I think for there's this one visual novel that's like known for being the like the father of the genre for like Denpa type visual novels. It's for like Denpa. Denpa basically is like a category where you have like an unreliable narrator, usually like kind of schizo-ish, and also there's like you aren't sure what's going on because the narrator is kind of unreliable, like they're conspiracy or not type of thing. It's kind of like psychological horror-ish. It has a lot of those elements. Something like Perfect Blue would kind of be a bit of a Denpa movie, I would say, if you've watched that.
Yeah.
It's not exactly in that category quite as much, though, but yeah.
Anime.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the one you were talking about? That's like the father of it.
Oh, it was a Sayonara Oshiete no something. Let me see. Oh, Sayonara Oshiete is what it was called. And it's not translated yet, but I really want to play it. I've heard a lot of really good things about it.
Have you ever heard that one, Frenzy?
No.
It came out in like the 2000s, so it has that really nice pixelated art.
She looks like. No, okay, no, it doesn't. That would just one. It would look like a lane almost from like a picture, but like not. Huh. Never even heard of this.
Yeah, it's
No
it's really famous in like visual novel circles, I think, but
as visual novels don't get like anime, like it's not as like big of a anime thing anymore. Like a lot of now it's all like light novels and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. There's a lot more there used to be a lot more visual novel to anime adaptations than there are nowadays.
Yeah, because I can't think of any. Like, I know Summer Pocket's coming out soon, but other than that, like, I can't think of the last like visual novel anime that.
I think with the visual novel boom, just in general, died down a lot. From what I remember learning about it, if you've heard of the series Two Heart, they were like the pioneers of that sort of gal gay type of game where you have to romance the different girls in the school and stuff. And there were I think 3 or 4 games, and apparently the first 2 were like smash hit successes, but then the third one, there might have been a fourth one too, were like really, really garbage, and they sold like so few that it really hurt the industry just as a whole.
Interesting.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe you would enjoy visual novels rather than like the romantic ones. There's a Steins Gate VN.
Yeah.
Oh, did you like Steins Gate?
I did. I mean, Steins Gate's one of those like.
I don't think Steins Gate like really relies on like the action-y scenes though.
It doesn't, but like, I don't know. I don't want to ruin my like image of Steins Gate.
I don't think it would.
Like, I don't know. Like, it's one of those series where it's just like, once in a while I'll forget. Like, I was like gonna be like, oh, did I like it that much? Then I think that's like, oh shit, I fucking love Steins Gate. And it's like, I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like it's always better usually, like when it comes to visual novel versus anime in most cases, because like the VN is the original, and also there's a lot more content in it. So if you really care about the characters, I think it's like one of the better ways to.
I don't think I
watch
give a
it.
fuck about the characters.
Well, I mean, and the story too.
Yeah,
but you don't care about the characters, and you like Steins Gate.
Yeah, I mean, the characters, I don't know. I don't know if I give a fuck. Like,
I mean, obviously, like,
I cared about them, like...
the most interesting thing rather than the characters, but I mean, like, the characters make the story.
Yeah, well, but I mean, like, I care about them in the sense of, like, I don't want fucking Tuturu girl to die. But, like, like, you know what I mean? It's like, or, I don't want, Moxie Curse to die. Like, I'm
yeah,
not,
but maybe
like,
you'd care about the characters more if you watch the visual novel.
Yeah, that's probably is true. It's like, I don't think I, like, like, there's some shows where it'd be like, yeah, like, I want to see, like, more of these guys.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't, like, I don't know, because, like, a fucking Rintaro, where, like, main guy, like, he's, I don't know, kind of annoying sometimes. He's like a Yaka. He's like,
That's crazy. What the fuck?
I don't know.
What show?
Annoying.
God.
Yeah, I don't know
What
about annoying, but you know how, no, Steins Gate, like, he does, like, the,
Oin Kiyoma.
Exactly.
Cool. It's funny.
I think it's cool for the limit, but it's like I don't want to see more of that. If it makes sense, because I think like I'm gonna get sick of that shit. Like, pretty, like I don't know if there was like let's say like I don't know, fucking like I guess there probably is an OVA that I'd watch. I would say like I don't think I would give a fuck if there's like a swimsuit episode. right? Like, you know how
Oh
like a
yeah,
bunch
I
of
mean, I don't
shows
think I
have
would give
those,
a fuck if there's a
where
swim
like,
episode in any show, though, right? Like,
well,
is
that's the
that
thing.
that's
Though.
just filler garbage? Like, but that's not what the visual novel is. It's not that they have more filler in it. Or just more content in general.
I guess that's true. I guess that's true. You know, in my head, like whenever I think of more content, I just think of like.
You just think of filler, yeah.
Yeah,
Which is fair. Which is fair.
I just think like yeah, like you know, what is like the spa episode, beach episode, pool episode.
No, it's just that the scenes themselves are longer.
Yeah,
It's
that's
the biggest
probably.
difference probably between the two.
I don't know. I still don't remember like. Science Gate's like No Game No Life. Like I watched like the sequel of it, and I'm like, dude, why did I like the show? Because like Science Gate Zero, I just did not give a fuck about.
I didn't even watch No Game No Life. It honestly like looked so boring and dumb to me. I was like, oh, I don't want to watch this shit. It's like too Mary Sue-ish. Like, oh, they're gonna trick this one person by being superior gamers or whatever the hell. Just like, not for me.
Well, yeah, I don't know. For me, it's like I don't really give a shit about the. Oh, you know the guy's gonna. To me, that's not like the draw for a lot of these shit. Like, you know, it's about the journey. Not like that's what it is for me for a lot of.
I think like the most appealing thing about No Game No Life, in my opinion, is that the aesthetics are really interesting of it. But even that's kind of tainted a little bit. I'm not sure if you guys heard about the scandal with that, with the author being found for like tracing a bunch of his artwork.
Really?
Yeah, there's a really big scandal for it.
Hey, that probably doesn't matter for like just the anime, right? Because it's like, if he traced.
I mean, it
does. Actually, I think it was light novel, right? It was light novel.
It's just kind of interesting, but the anime is done in a very similar style to the manga.
Was it a light novel though?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, excuse me, the light novel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. I remember that fucking yeah, it's No Game No Life Zero. Fucking both of them were fucking like zeros. Yeah, No Game No Life Zero, Science Gate Zero, both of them fucking out. No Game No Life Zero. Yeah, ReZero, yeah, and you can see, other than Fate Zero is the only one. It's good.
You don't like Fate Stay Night?
No. Well, I like.
Well,
actually, what it is,
I guess.
I don't like. Basically, what it is, I don't like Unlimited Blade Works.
Really?
But yeah, no, I hate Unlimited
Blade Works. Really?
I thought the ending was dog shit. I thought the fact that fucking Archers is fucking Emiya, that was fucking dumb.
But that's going to be true in all of the routes though. That Archer's Emiya.
But like,
just that you like explore it more.
I think it's like the reveal is fucking stupid. Yeah, did they even? I don't think they even reveal it at this point.
Oh, they probably don't because it's not like a major plot point.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like
who cares type of thing.
Yeah, it's like I didn't give a like that. The thing is that I thought was like bad. I thought it was fucking the fact that Shiro beats fucking Gilgamesh. That's dumb.
You know, the thing is like I kind of agree with you in the sense of like Archer's way cooler than Emiya. So it's like how could they even be the same person? Archer's like way more of a Chad.
For me, it's not even that. Like that's part of it, but it's also just like the one Archer looks black. That's like
yeah.
Right. It's like that. It's also just
from walking around in the sands of Arabia.
Yeah, that's bullshit. It's also like I think it's just so stupid that everyone else is like actual mythical, beings, and then it's like we have one where it's just like, yeah, it's the protagonist of this show. And to me, it's just like, bro, like that's so fucking stupid.
I think it's kind of lame, but I think that you're like overreacting.
Yeah, but the thing is, but that's not why. But it's that I thought Shiro was annoying. I hated Rin.
Oh, I hate Shiro, but I hate Shiro in every route though. Shiro's annoying and stupid.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I tolerate Shiro in the other. I think I tolerate Shiro in most routes, but I hate like him and things. It's more I hate Rin. I think that's what it is.
What?
I fucking hate Rin. I hate Rin. She's annoying. I don't like. I just don't. She's like a super annoying. Nah, I just don't like.
Saber's so fucking boring.
Annoying.
Sakura's kind of interesting, but she's also like way too helpless.
The thing is, the way I see it's like Saber. Sure, she's kind of boring. I prefer boring than like bad. Like
What's so bad about her?
She's just like she's a bitch. She's annoying. She's like I don't know. I just hated that fucking character.
Oh no, I think she was actually one of the better, well-written tsundere characters that I've seen. But
I think part of it is I just don't like Tsunade. That very well could be.
Like, it shows her soft side a good amount. But yeah, I mean, every character's gonna have a few annoying moments, but I think she's pretty good. I think she's a lot more interesting than Saber. Saber's just so blah. Sakura is pretty cool though, but I like Rin more.
I'm trying to think what else I didn't like about that show.
I mean, I can understand you saying Fate Stay Night was garbage because it was like really bad. But I think that Unlimited Blade Works is pretty good. I mean, I don't think.
Well, the thing is, we're like. So I end up liking the Dean Say Night, where the one by Studio Dean, solely because I think I hated Unlimited Blade Works that much. I was like, oh good, like Rin's not like in it as much, and like I think I liked it like too much because it was just like I just hate Unlimited Blade Works that much.
Did you hate Unlimited Blade Works too, Frenzy?
No, I'm the
no, I mean I wouldn't say that I hated it, but yeah, I do think all of Fate is
overrated.
Yeah, outside of Fate Zero, yeah, like
I think it's overrated.
I think Heaven's Feel first two. I don't remember the third one, but I didn't rewatch it. I don't think I was paying enough attention. Because like the Heaven's Feel, I think was decent. Well, like Fate Zero just carries like so hard.
Oh yeah, Fate Zero is definitely by far the best of the Fate series.
So I never said like why I didn't really like Fate Zero to you or no, or I mean sorry, Stay Night as much and stuff or no, I can't remember.
I don't think so.
Okay, because I can't remember if that was like Calamity or who I was telling, but yeah, I mean I just thought that like it was just really shitty because you have so first of all like the masters, not even talking about like spoilers or anything, but like just like the masters alone and like Fate Zero, they're all like very they have backgrounds, they're actual characters and stuff, like they have a means to like compete in the Grail War and stuff, and then you have like the rivalry from like the very beginning, like in the first episode where like Yuritsugu's like analyzing all of the masters and he's like, this guy's like an expert in alchemy, this guy's this and that, and then he gets to Kirei and he's like, this man terrifies me, like this like
every single
like sets
arc
up
is really interesting to watch. Yeah,
and it has like it also has like a plot that's like an ensemble cast where it's focusing on any one given master can win the Grail War, like that's like how you actually feel whenever you're watching it. And whenever I did watch it, I remember thinking like, oh yeah, I kind of want this guy to win. But then I got to like Arya, at the very beginning of like episode 1, and I'm like, oh, this guy I want to win actually the most out of like all of them, and you kind of have like a reason to kind of want just a couple of them. I wouldn't say all of them, like all 7, but
yeah, definitely not like the serial killer one.
Yeah. Just a couple of them, like Waver and like Iskandar. You have like that bromance, and it's like you have a reason for like probably 4 of them, I would say, like that had strong reasoning to win the Grail War. Where it's like if you told me you wanted him to win, I wouldn't think that you're too weird or whatever, or like that's like cringe or something. But yeah, obviously if you want to, but then you go to Fate Stay Night, and it's like all of the masters are high school students from the same high school. What the fuck is this? Like, and it's like these aren't like real characters for the most part. And then on top of that, it's like,
Fate came out before Fate Zero, though, right?
Yeah, it did.
It would have been better, I think, if Fate Zero had been first. But
well, it's different, right?
Yeah. It's again.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wait, which one did Jen write?
That's Fate Zero. Yeah.
That's what I thought, because that's the better one.
Yeah. So yeah, it's that, and then what else? Yeah, there's like no like no build up. There's no reason to kind of root for any other master in the Grail War because a lot of them
other than like Rin and Jiro,
yeah, it's like why the fuck.
Honestly, I gotta admit, when it comes to what was the name of the asshole guy in Fate Stay Night? Shinji. I feel like Shinji was probably like one of my favorite characters in Fate Stay Night, and that like it was always interesting when he was on screen. Because like all the other characters in a lot of cases were like so boring, so seeing him be like an asshole was more entertaining, I feel like, than the other ones. But he was a dick though. I didn't like him, but he was a good character compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah. But then with like Fate Zero as well, like I don't know. This is kind of getting to be like nitpicky. I wouldn't really say, but I definitely did like the soundtrack more in Fate Zero. There's just like a lot of other kind of things that I liked about it. There was more. There was like an actual, again, like in the second scene in the entire anime, they have a thing that's established that just blows out of the water like anything that Fate Stay Night has, and that's like Kirei and Tokiomi are having like their little meeting, and they're sitting there just talking to each other for a little bit, and basically like what it is Tokiomi wants to team up in a what is supposed to be a battle royale free for all. He's basically suggesting to Kirei, you and me team up in secrecy and, you know, fight against the other masters, you know, collect information and, you know, help each other out and stuff. And it's like nothing like that.
It was
I mean, like
so much more interesting than
in Fate Stay Night, it's like obviously like Shiro and Rin like team up and stuff because, you know, they're like, well, I mean, they don't really fully team up, but you know what I mean? Like they kind of team up a little bit, but it's like there's like an actual well thought out, you know, this is years in advance too, where these characters, because it's like a flashback at the, you know, very beginning, but it's like, you know, all of this setup happens from the very beginning, and they're just, again, you know, not even just the masters, but then the servants themselves, like I feel like are just way better. They have more going for them. I mean, it's like, think about it, it's like, is Skandar like, you know, is there a single servant in like, you know, Fate Stay Night that like even comes close to just this one guy? You know, I don't know. It's like,
yeah, I do think that Medusa and what was his name, Lancer, were pretty cool. But with Lancer, he always dies first.
yeah,
like,
cool.
The Lancers, both the Lancers to me were like basically this fucking same.
Yeah, they were, but I liked both of them though. Was the thing.
But and then like the masters as well, and like Fate, like I mean I guess is like some spoilers, but like, and like Fate Stay Night,
I mean, it doesn't matter if
they don't really like fight each other, like, you know, but in like Fate Zero, it's like these masters are not just like having fights against each other. These are like actual competent, like high level, like, you know, tier, you know, like players where it's like, you know, they're able to like, they have a mastery of magic, you know, being able to manipulate things like, you know, Canis, like Bolum and Hydrogram and stuff. It's like, you know, like these are, like these guys are like servants of their own, basically, you know, whatever you're watching. It's like, damn,
totally.
like these guys like have, you know, they don't really need, I mean, they obviously need servants to like help them protect against other servants, because that's like kind of unfeasible for an actual human to duel a servant in almost every scenario. But like, you know, regardless, it's
they were more than just like, oh, I'm helpless.
Yeah, because it's like, you know, imagine like, you know, any master in like Fate Stay Night gets caught with their pants down or something. It's like, okay, boom, they're just dead. Like if, like you could literally have Kiryu just assassinate
remember,
every master in Fate Zero.
Rin can throw rocks at them though.
Yeah, it's bad. It's just there's just so many layers to it. That,
I don't think that Unlimited Blade Works was bad by any means, though. I think it's actually a pretty good show, but I think, you know, Zero blows it out of the water for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
But I do think that Blade Works is certainly better than the Dean version. I don't even know how to argue the opposite.
I think it's solely just because, like...
Because you hated Rin.
Yeah, I think it's just like that, and I just like was like, bro, like... And also, I just had such low expectations for it. So it's just like, I thought it was gonna be like the worst thing I ever seen. Because the reality is, I probably actually thought it was like a 6 or a 7, but I was expecting it to be like a 2. And I mean, I was just so blown. I was holy shit. It's like not the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then basically I was just like, holy shit, this is good. It's well, it probably isn't actually good. I just it's just like, yeah. Just because it's like once in a while, like I look back and it's holy shit, like this is not. I don't know what the fuck I was smoking.
Yeah, I think also like Heaven's Feel, it is definitely better. I think that it's the best of the three, but there is just still a lot that remains to be desired with that at least adaptation of Heaven's Field, because like you have servants that are literally getting off screen and like, why are we able to do this? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on here? We're missing out on content that should be there, I feel like. And it does feel like so in Fate Zero there are some things that you just simply are not going to be able to comprehend, because like it actually does do like a poor job of like completely elaborating on the lore of like Fate and stuff like that. But then Heaven's Field takes it up to like another notch where it's like, oh yeah, like this and this and this, like, whatever. And it's like
yeah,
okay,
the end, I don't know if I fucking
yeah.
It's like, part of it's like, I wasn't paying enough. So remember I was watching it, like, Sturban. I was like, did I not pay enough attention? Like, I was just confused. And ever since then, I was kind of just like, I don't think so. I think when I watched it with like Sturban and Blue, where they're like, yeah, we got it. I was like, oh shit, like, I have to like rewatch this because I just wasn't paying enough attention or something. So the other movies, it's like you didn't have to like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, you don't have to be like, oh shit, you laser focus on it. You can like look at your Discord and shit while watching it. And that movie, you're just like, there's way, it's like holy shit, what the fuck?
They have like too much jargon and
you're just like.
Yeah.
Mongaroo, blah blah blah, the Grail, Mongaroo. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like.
Yeah, like in that one scene that I was talking about with like at the very beginning of Fate Zero, whenever like Tokiomi's talking to Irei, he's explaining that like the three families, the Ainsburns, the Tosakas, and Matos, they once shared like a goal, and that was to reach the root. But the Ainsburn family like no longer harbors that same goal, and it's like, what the fuck is the root? Like, that literally never gets explained in the entire like entirety of Fate Zero. Like, you don't know what the root actually is unless you watch Garden of Sinners, or like look at a Wikipedia page or
yeah. One thing though that I maybe this is me not like understanding all of it, that I didn't always really fully get about Fate just in general, was it seemed like literally every single time, if I remember correctly, that they do the Grail War, it doesn't even end well for anyone, does it? Isn't there always like a tragedy at the end where like it just doesn't
destroy it? Each time they just like destroy the Grail. Like,
yeah, so I just, for me, I would always think, like, why do they keep on doing this, but every single time it ends the same way? Like,
well, because technically, like, Fate, they're all, so, it's not like each thing actually occurs in that timeline, right? It's like different shit. It's like, only one, because I think the original, like, Grail Wars, whatever, I think all ended fine, right?
I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong, but if I remember correctly, I thought that like all of them ended like terribly. But you might be right. I don't know enough about Fate Stay Night.
I thought for some reason like Fate Zero was. Like,
I just remember them saying like, yeah, it's never really worked. Like, then why do we keep on doing this? Doesn't seem like it's very good.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. For some reason, I thought it was just like in Fate Zero when they actually destroy the Grail. It was like, what are you doing? You're destroying it. Why would you like? First Grail War. How did it end?
Let me know if they all end badly. Because I thought they did, but I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. I might have just been thinking about like all of the.
The first one ended. Yeah, the first one ended before completion. Ended with no victor. Actually, I don't think they end badly. I think they just don't actually end.
Yeah, that too. Well, that's like me. Is like it doesn't seem like there's like been anyone who's like used the Grail to like make things good.
Yeah, the third time they destroyed the Grail. Hey, yeah. No. They've never actually done it. Yeah. Well, to be fair though, it seems
But this time
like
will be
though.
different.
No, but it seems like though it's not like it ends badly. It's more like for some reason someone keeps on fucking destroying it. So it's like.
Well, that's what I mean. Is
It's not like they know that it's like evil. Cause isn't that like the whole thing? It turns out it's evil or some shit.
Yeah, it's something like that. But like the Grail is bad. I don't remember all the details.
Yeah, I don't remember why it's bad. I just remember it's like, oh, it's bad. This is
Yeah, it's like the Grail is the embodiment of chaos itself, or something.
Do you remember why, Frenzy? Why is the Grail bad?
1 second. Trying to do. Fuck.
Yep.
30 minutes, I'll be done.
What?
With working. I've been kind of like tired the last, last hour and a half-ish. So I've been like working really slowly. But I got a lot of stuff done today, so I'm feeling rather pleased. I'm still behind because I got so much crap to do right now. What is the name of this again? Hey, when are you gonna find out if you pass that thing?
Fuck if I know. That's my question.
Oh.
It's some end of April to early May.
Oh,
but
okay.
It's such like a. That's like 6 weeks. It basically could be. So,
Yeah.
like it's just such like an open. I think they purposely are vague with it because it's like they don't they don't want to commit to something, or basically like apparently what California does is like they say a date, then it's like they have that shit graded like sometimes like 2 weeks beforehand, and they're just like sitting on it. So I think a lot of states look like, oh, we don't want them to be sitting on fucking like once they're ready, they're ready. I don't think because it's like apparently for the Cali exam, it's like they have them, they post them on the website, but they have it blocked so you can't view it. Then people apparently like you can go into like the code or whatever and see your score.
Oh. Huh.
So it's like that's stupid. But
Yeah.
at least 1 year. I don't know if that's every year, but apparently the one guy I talked with, his year was like that. Or like that's stupid. So I think they just instead like most states just whenever whenever the fuck it comes out, it comes out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They did announce the average score though for the multiple choice. Apparently it's lower this year than normal.
Ooh.
But I mean, I don't really give it because it's like 1 point lower. Like if I'm 1 point away from passing the bar,
If anything, it might be a good thing for you if you think you did well. It might mean that you were like.
Well, the thing is, I don't even understand. The thing is, I don't even understand how it's actually graded. Because the reality is, they don't actually tell anyone how it's graded, and then I think everyone just speculates on how they grade it. So basically, I keep on seeing on Reddit these like all these people that like are saying it like in a way that that I'm pretty sure just fake. If you're like, oh, because it's a lower multiple choice, that means that like it's like, oh, we had a harder exam, even though it's like I'm pretty sure it's the way it's done, it's supposed to be like if you get a harder exam, you have to get less percentage right to do well. Right? Because it's like, okay, like if this is a really fucking hard exam, they're not expecting you to get as many right as if it's an easy exam. Then like I don't know, like I assume is the way it's actually done, because like that would just make sense. I just can't imagine they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna give a hard exam, and then just penalize everyone for the hard exam. Right? It's like it's so curved. Then all these guys are. I think part of it is the people on Reddit, all of them fail because basically they're second-time test takers. Most of these guys. So like these guys already failed once, so they're just like they aren't smart. Right? So it's like, like, I don't know, like it's just like I mean, it's just crazy. Like these guys on Reddit, they're just like, it's like, oh, this is how it's graded, blah blah blah. And it's like, bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Or if you do know what you're talking about, you're like, then it is nut jobs how they do it. Because it's like, you know, these guys are like, I don't know. Oh shit, is it Death Note time? Is that what he's adding you about?
No, he was asking me if I was working or not. I don't know why he didn't just ask me since he jumped in. But I didn't even notice that he sent a message. I wasn't looking at the chat.
No, I mean, do you think though he's at? Oh wait, this was an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I just saw it now.
Yeah.
Because I had a little screen open where it shows everyone and if they're talking or not in green. Do you like New York, by the way? Do you think it's like
I like New York. I don't like the politics in New York. Like I just don't. Each time, like the New York just keep on moving in a bad direction. It's like they keep on doing like really like dumb shit.
Yeah, I've heard about some of
just
it.
like the thing is, like it gets like whenever
like
I look at it, it's like
stuff. Yeah.
What is that?
Like anti-common sense stuff.
Yeah, it's just like they made it harder in Brooklyn to build houses when there's a housing shortage. It's like what? Like what are you doing? It's like for me, it's not the big. It's like I have a high enough salary that I'll be able to afford, but it's like why like. Because I can't imagine not having a really high salary in New York.
I mean, I don't even know how much like the salary that you have is gonna feel like in New York because it's just so expensive. Well, like I mean, I'm sure it'll feel good, but like
the thing is with it, it's like New York is expensive, but it's like outside of housing, it's really not that bad.
Yeah, housing is a big
housing's a big deal, but at the end of the day, it's like
I think you should. Yeah, I remember you were talking about like that your job was hybrid or remote or something, and you should. You should keep it like that. I think you're gonna want to test it out. You're like, oh, but I don't know if I could work as good as working from home. You just gotta try because you're gonna lose so much money and
the thing at the end of the day,
so bad if you have to go in.
It's not that much money. At the end of the day, it's like just
having. I mean, because the thing is like you could probably live farther away if you were only having to go in, a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't know.
And also, you'll just have a lot more money in general.
There's a certain point, commute's just like, because it's like I'll be able to get something for $2,500 for both me and my girlfriend, right? It's like that's not. That
you think so?
Yeah.
But how big would the place be?
Not massive, but fine.
Would it be like 1 bedroom or 2?
1 bedroom, yeah, 1 bedroom.
And that'd be enough for you and your girlfriend?
Yeah, should be. I mean, we'll see, obviously. Worst case.
I guess it could be. But I mean, I just think like, for me, I'd want to have like a place where I can have my like computer and stuff.
The thing is, so we have to fully figure out the whole logistics of it once we actually start looking at places. But it's like, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like, yeah, if you want to start doing like 2-bedroom, then it gets a little more. So the issue is that basically I'm going to be paying all of it. She's not going to be able to afford to basically pay. So it's like,
why is that?
Like, she's going to be in school.
Oh, so I thought that you were going to move in with her after she was done with her.
No. She's still going to be in school. So it's like she, it's like she can. I guess she could work, but it's like
no, don't make
work full time.
Yeah, I mean, I was just confused because I thought you were saying like you guys were gonna move in together after you both got jobs, but
no. It's basically she'll be in school.
Yeah.
It's like I just don't know.
Just,
I feel like
just pay for it.
Yeah, I don't know if paying for two bedrooms. I think is gonna be a little much.
Yeah, especially on one salary. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I mean I could afford it, but it's like I just don't think it's gonna be worth the It's because for some reason it's like such a big jump from 1 bedroom to 2 bedroom.
Yeah, I think it costs about the same where I'm at right now too. It's really expensive here too.
Yeah, it's a massive jump. And this guy, I just don't feel like I just don't think it's gonna be worth it that because it's like, I would like to spend about 30 grand, maybe 40 grand total for housing for the year. I don't want to spend more than that.
Mm.
Once it gets more than that, then that's a thing. It's like especially frankly, the whole thing is it's like. I could just go because basically my firm's the biggest firm in Texas. I could move to Texas if I really wanted to, and basically like
You get the same payment?
Yeah, same.
Really?
Wage,
You should try and do that.
I used to think that, but basically I literally have my home screen on my phone. Is Houston? Could basically be Houston. It's Houston's weather. So basically, I just see like every day. It's like.
So you think that the Houston weather would be worse than New York?
Oh,
why?
Shit! It is so.
Why?
It is like 110 degrees and shit, and it's like it is. I think I think I would kill myself in that house.
Bro, just like stay inside during those days. There's air conditioning. You have a car.
But
like,
you have the power grid fails a lot there. You have to keep that in mind.
Does it?
But like, yeah, in Houston.
I mean, you could probably like buy a fucking power grid for all the money you'd be saving. I mean, think about that. You'd probably save. You would get the same house in Houston for probably maybe half or a third of the
Don't get me wrong.
cost.
I would save a lot of money, but it's like, do I really want to like?
You might. You might.
Well, it's like the way I see it's like everyone like I don't know anybody.
Because you could go on like so many more vacations. Think about that.
Well, the thing is,
you do so much more stuff.
Basically, I'll be able to afford to do. It's like I'll still be making. Basically, the real difference is I'll be able to buy a much bigger house a lot sooner. That's the real difference.
You could also retire sooner, or do more vacations, or like do anything, or invest more money. It's just.
It's like, it's.
No, but I get what you're saying though. I'm a similar way. I'm also pretty picky about the weather too, so I'm not gonna be like, oh,
Well,
who cares? It's super
I don't.
hot. Like I get what you're saying. Yeah,
I
live in a place that has really great weather, so.
It's like I don't think it's like a. Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. The thing is, it's just like. I genuinely don't think I'd be able to function in that fucking hot. For like.
Yeah, but you would just
it's like.
Though I think you'd be all right.
Well, the things you have to keep in mind though, it's also like. It's there. It is a deep because there's so many fucking cars in Houston. It's like the walk from the parking lot to the office is gonna be like that's like 5-minute walk. But in that heat, I think that is gonna be brutal.
Have you ever been Have you ever been to really hot places before?
I've been to Houston. I've been to Houston.
And you've been to it like in the summer, and it felt miserable for you?
Yes. I remember.
What was the context though? Like, were you like walking around outside a lot during the summer? Because I mean, you wouldn't normally be doing that.
So I was in so I was at an anime con. Basically, what we did was, I think I went.
Well, part of it's also going to be way worse too because you're around a bunch of sweaty people.
Oh no. So inside.
No, because I go to like anime Los Angeles, or not anime Los Angeles. And it's so fucking hot, but it's like
this
not.
Is like way It's just like it was pretty small con. It was small. Basically, the inside was fantastic. Basically, it was like the second like.
You go inside. You're like.
The second you go outside is holy. So basically, there was like a, how how convention center or something. There's like a little like you have to go outside for a second to go from one thing to another.
Yeah.
It's just like it's a short little fucking walk. That walk for me, I remember, was just so fucking brutal. It's like this is like a 30-second fucking walk. I was like, holy fuck, this is just like. And that was just like I just can't imagine because I generally think like, every day doing the walk from. The car. Basically, I went on Google Maps and I looked at where I would have to park, it's like, dude, I think basically doing I would just be like, that would just fuck me up every day. It'd just be like, I'd be like
ruin your mood though, like those 30
Oh, no, it's not ruin my mood. It's more like I think I'm gonna pass out. For like, cause it's like Houston gets really hot.
Yeah.
Really fucking hot. It's like.
I mean, but New York does get super cold though, and that sucks.
No, but it's. Cold in New York is like, it goes to what, like 20 degrees?
Yeah, that's really cold.
Yeah, that
I know it could be colder.
Yeah, that is really cold, but it's like, that's not on the same scale. I probably look up what the, just whenever I would look at fucking Houston, when I over the summer I would look at the Houston temperature. It was always it was like 110, 105, 110. It's like past 100, you're not supposed to be outside. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, that's one thing we could about Fahrenheit.
I don't know,
You
but you
know,
like go outside a lot though. I mean, I know it sounds weird, but I mean, do you?
I do a lot of shit. Like, I don't know, I go out like, I don't know, a couple times a day. Like, I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Like,
that's
you know,
different
it's
than
like,
me then. So yeah, because I'm
yeah,
like,
it's
I don't
like,
like bad weather either. But I'm like, oh, how much am I really gonna be walking around outside? You know?
I mean,
I'm
it's
gonna go
like,
that often.
I don't know. It's like, you know, I go out to eat. Like, I go, like, you know, I go to, you know, Broadway show. Like, you know, it's also for New York. It's like I
You
go
go
to
to
Broadway
Broadway
shows.
shows regularly?
Yeah, I've been to like 30 this year.
Really?
Like, in the past,
You must be a
rolling
super
12 years.
fan or something, huh?
No, I go basically like, you know, I would go a couple times a week over the summer. I go.
god, that is so fast. No time to react on that. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. You fucking kidding me? I cannot see anything. Oh, shit. not exploring this shit again. Fuck you. Of course. Just a bunch of fucking rules. Fucking damn it, dude. What? What is going on? What a joke. Oh. Oh my. There we go. You weren't joking here. No, I'm not doing this. sucks training. So bad. So bad. No way. I already killed him? What the fuck? What the hell? That guy was easy as shit. What the fuck?
Like